Very good afternoon, ladies and gents, from wherever you're watching. We're back live with another match from day 5, or is it maybe day 4? I have to check that. But it's the European Championships here in the northern region of the Netherlands, Assen. And our featured match in this table is Csaba Nagy from Hungary versus Krzysztof Gastman from Poland. Krzysztof, who's won the leg, raised to 7, as you can see, loses round 2. So whoever loses this match is eliminated from the field. Lot at stake for these gentlemen. Is the 45 plus bracket in the seniors tournament. As we see this gorgeous setup, is the Polish man to kick off this match, and let's see what either of the two players can produce in this match. It's 8 balls, so we expect to see a lot of break and runs, a lot of one inning visits. And a delightful break here by the Polish master. I've tried to do some research on Krzysztof. I believe he's pretty much in his early part of his career when it comes to the senior tour. He has played a couple of Euro tours and European Championships in the men's division, so it can only predict that he's, well, just barely past the age where he can participate in the seniors. Of course, the Polish players, they come from a very rich program in Poland, so the competition is absolutely brutal. So whoever you see representing Poland, you can already pretty much assume they know their way around the table, because, well, like I said, in Poland, the national championships, you're not participating against 8 players. You're likely looking at 500 plus, which just goes to show how good these players are when you see them on a TV table. Landed a little bit awkward. He's the good thing is he's close enough to manufacture an angle, but he would have preferred a little bit more. Still well and truly in control, but might have to come off 2 rails. I'd like to hit this with enough backspin, send the cue ball pretty close towards the top right corner pocket. Just trying to make sure he doesn't really flirt with the 14, the green stripe there. You could see a clear deceleration in his cueing. He did not push through the cue. He didn't, what we call, attack the cue ball. And sure, it was a delicate shot, but there was definitely a hint of hesitation in his stroke. So this gives us the opportunity to see Csaba Nagy at the table for the... Ooh, where's his cue ball? That is unreal. How that stayed on the table is, well, nothing short of a miracle. Already in trouble. You can opt to just drop this 15 ball in. You should be able to see the 10 ball. Yeah, I'm afraid. I think he actually played it with a hint of safety in mind. Knew if he would play it at that pace, he would always cover the 7 ball. It's not to say that this cannot be jumped, but it's a very tricky shot indeed. what a difference a couple of millimeters make. If that cue ball would have dropped, this rack would have been over by now. But, well, it just stayed at the table and Jabba played a very calculated shot. And this is the result. He's got ball in hand. Although, I'm sure he didn't play for the 14. And if he did, he's vastly underhit it. This is more than capable for him to make this. But, you know, yeah, there you go. He left himself very awkward on the 14. And if, in fact, he did play position on the 14, that was a poor shot. And I think the 3 ball does pass the 14 into the top left corner pocket. So if that's the case, well, that's a massive mistake considering he had ball in hand. Somehow, both players seem to have influenced one another. A couple of mistakes on each side. Whether the, as we see a close-up of the Hungarian man, yeah, so the 11 doesn't pass the 3, has to take this 14 ball. Yeah, that's missed. I think he's left, yeah, he's left the pot on the 3 ball here. Now, Christoph has a couple of options to play position on the 8 ball here. It goes past the 14 into the top left corner pocket, so if he wants to keep it simple, he's basically trying to get a bit straighter onto the 8, but from the same side of the table. That would, well, be the easiest way to play position on the 8. I think he's overscrewed it, so this is likely to be the 8 ball into the left middle pocket. It's a very narrow angle, but from where he is, he can just drop it in. Needs to commit. I think it's the pocket he's aiming at, the middle pocket. Yeah, there you go. So an early scare. Both players had, well, a couple of chances, and it's the Polish man who actually keeps his serve, as we call it. Won the lag, let's remember that. And his opponent Jabba gets to break. It's rack your own, or at least what the players have discussed between them. Unlike his opponent Christoph, Jabba didn't have a particularly desirable outcome after the break, failed to pot a ball. But yet, when you look at the layout, either options are very doable. Christoph going for the solids here. It's played into an area where he could land nice on the 1, and I think when you take away the 1 ball, it just opens up the 3 and the 6 even more. Don't know whether the 1 ball passes the 9. Maybe it doesn't. I think he looks absolutely perfect on the 1. Yeah, he's back at looking at the 1 ball here. He's got several options here. I think he was looking to putt the 6 after he putted the 1, but well, can't really easily reach the ball. So the 2 ball first. Still in prime control. He's looking to get some bite on the cue ball here. Needs some solid timing on this shot. And again, he's missed a very, well, seemingly on the eye, a very easy shot in the same corner pocket. And once again, Chava is getting an unexpected chance. In the previous rack, he failed to convert it. Let's not forget, he also had a ball in hand. It would do him the world of good if he can just knuckle down and clear off these balls and, well, let notice his opponent that he's in here to fight. You cannot really afford to let slip of these type of opportunities, you'd think. Previous shot nearly went wrong. Is now in a very favorable position. When you send your cue ball towards the right side of the table, although I think he's hit that pretty hard, you know. Why did he hit it so hard? I mean, even if the cue ball would have landed just past the head string, he'd still be comfortable in either of the 2 balls. He tried to be just too precise, and now all of a sudden he's made it awkward for himself. This is a tough shot, particularly when you have to control the cue ball. Now I'm afraid that's just not good enough. He's put himself in that situation there. There are literally hundreds of practice routines when you have to play this type of shot, when you're trying to cross the table from one side to the other, trying to avoid the in-off, the scratch into the middle pockets. And well, this is where they come in handy. You should be able to miss the 8 ball, so it's likely going to be run this one through. He's got options to use a little bit of side or just play it plain ball, just top spin on and off the bottom rail. Yeah, that's okay. So interestingly enough, in both racks so far, Christoph has won him, but both racks his opponent has had a golden chance. And it doesn't feel like Christoph has just hit top gear so far. But having amassed a little mini break to break next, he'd be looking to apply a bit more pressure on his opponent. You can see we also have another match available to you completely for free and aided with live commentary. Gianluca Boni versus Bram Hofland, proudly representing the Netherlands. I cannot completely see the score, but that match you can follow on our other stream table. Our YouTube channel is ProBilliardTV, but if you're hearing this, likely you're already on one of our channels. You'd help us immensely if you can subscribe and hit the notifications button so you don't have to miss any of the live action. This time around, Christoph, well, a little unfortunate on his break. Several balls threatened to drop, but unfortunately nothing did. But when you look at the layout, it doesn't look like a roadmap, as we call it. There are still some good positional shots to be played before Csaba can actually try and get his first rack on the board. I'm almost certain he's tried to play to see the one ball. If he was a bit closer towards the side rail, he could have potted the one ball and that would have freed up the pocket for the three ball. And yes, he could pot the four ball, but that's the end result. The cue ball was a lot harder to control. A very nicely worked out safety return there by Christoph, forcing his opponent having to jump this, going for a three ball. No points for guessing where he's trying to put the three ball. Never easy to control these type of long range jump shots. That's gone completely wrong. And that ball in hand is now coming in very handy indeed. As you can see, Christoph likely to get rid of the 11 ball, which seems to be a bit more congested. Can leave himself the perfect angle here on the 11 and work his cue ball way down to the latter part of the table, the bottom part. And all the balls are nicely spread, evenly spread. Just a matter of controlling his cue ball. And he should be 3-0 in front. Just trying to control the nudge on the 8 ball. Just a gentle nudge would do. Perfectly played. 3-0. Now looking like a guarantee. I must admit, I didn't see which ball dropped in this break, but something has dropped. And when we count the balls, it seems to be a solid that was dropped. He's still in control of the cue ball. He's in an area where he's left himself multiple options. It's gone slightly wrong. He's trying to go past the 14 for the 14 into the side. Now he's left him a little bit thinner on this 12 ball. Has to make a good shot here. That would do. He would have loved the cue ball to stop maybe half an inch earlier to be absolutely dead set perfect on the 8 ball, but he should be able to roll this one, top this one through. Yeah, nicely played. And surely, after having had, well, what seems to be 4 or 5 chances, he's finally going to put his first rack on the board. And you tend to think it was almost now or never. So Christoph with his third break of the match. His first break was absolutely 10 out of 10. Looking to recreate a similar type of pattern. Oh, one thing I would say is he tends to hit the one ball really dead set, and once again I think he's been a little bit unfortunate, you know. He's hit the top ball as good as he could have. Somehow all of the balls had threatened to drop, but none of them actually did, and I suppose the only good thing is at first glance he's not left his opponent with a roadmap. At the very least, this rack requires a good positional shot on the 8 ball, unless you pick the stripes, of course. But that 11, as he just had a quick look at it, might have become a problem on its own. If it's glued to the rail, don't think that pots into the middle pocket, so that needs some attention. But one thing is for sure, you cannot afford to miss easy shots like that. There is absolutely no reason for Chaba to miss a shot like that. That's just purely down to concentration. And you can see the annoyance with himself. It's happened to all of us, and it's the most frustrating thing. But if there's ever a time not to do that is when you're behind. So it'll be very interesting indeed to see how Christoph will manage with that 8 ball being there. I mean, there is a scenario where he's just happy to play perfect position on it. It'll have to be a quarter ball to try and pot the 8 into the top right corner pocket. There are certain players, of course, that rely on pristine cue ball control. He might be one of them. Because whenever you're trying to disturb a ball off the rail or just in general, you're always a little bit relying on a piece of luck. And as it is with luck, it can always go the other way as well. Just trying to figure out how to play position on the next ball and whether there's any sort of value in trying to send his cue ball towards that cluster. Yeah, I believe he's desperately tried to avoid running into the cluster. Now this cut on the 2 ball into the side pocket is very thin and the cue ball is going away from him, so has to be said he's lost his cue ball. He needs to come up with a good recovery shot. If Christoph can putt the 7 off the 11 and potentially just push the 11 away from the middle pocket, it just frees up the 8 ball. I think he's taking the 7 into the corner pocket. Yeah, in all fairness, he missed it by a diamond, I believe. And this rack, for the stripes, it all depends on where it is available for that 11 ball there. The rest seem pretty obvious how to navigate around it, but it's the 11 ball that seems to be the key shot, key ball in this rack. He's got the perfect angle here to try and nudge the 8 ball off the side rail. He should be able to control the cue ball in doing so. From what I'm gathering, Chaba feels that 11 might actually putt into the side pocket. Maybe it doesn't, because otherwise that 12 ball is not looking all too invitingly either. Maybe he felt he was a bit too straight on the 11. Well, I guess we'll find out after this shot. But it looks a lot thinner from this angle, and that cue ball is gonna run away from the 8 ball if it's not straight. Ooh, barely dropped. All in all, that was a delightful shot. Still needs to make this 8 ball, of course. Yeah, so that 11 ball that just managed to drop was a key factor, as we said. Nevertheless, he closes the gap, now only one rack behind. If you've just joined us, it was the Polish man Krzysztof who started off great, went 3-0 up. Chabanagi had multiple chances in pretty much all the racks prior, and he was struggling, but somehow he's recomposed himself, and now he's back in the match, 2-3 behind with his break. A great chance to draw level here. Unfortunately, the break has not really been helping out either of the players. In general, they've been hitting the first ball pretty full and solid, but somehow the table keeps breaking dry. Does make up for a fascinating game, of course, but I'm sure from their point of view, it's the most annoying thing right now. That's gone wrong. I don't know whether he's even on a pot now. Why did he draw it back? I thought it was much safer to go forward with some right spin. Of course, very easy to say in hindsight. Well, he's at the table, so he did actually call that carom, and what a creative, good shot that was by Krzysztof. I must admit, I didn't even see the shot, but he's worked that out awesomely. Now, if he can get straight in on the 3 ball here, or a little bit higher up the table, to go closer towards the 8 would be ideal here for him. This is probably the third, maybe even the fourth time in this match where he's just had a little jab at a shot, and it's coincidentally all of them have been a variation of a screw shot. The first miss, it was like a, let's say, a stunt screw, where he just didn't attack the ball, decelerated, and there again, his position on the 3, he decelerated again, although this time he potted the ball and he was still able to control the cue ball. But that's something to keep an eye on. Those type of deceleration shots, they don't particularly feel your confidence when the arm is not cooperating. Nevertheless, pots the 8 safe and sound, and he's back with a 2-frame lead. Now both players have been breaking pretty much, yeah, from the center line of the table. So fascinating to see that neither of them are trying alternative spots on the break, even though they've been hitting the first ball very full in the face. But this time, oh, I was about to say it's not a dry break, but again, how did that 5 ball not drop? And when you look at the table, well, it's a matter of preference, but I'd be more than happy to take the solid. To see a little close up of Christoph. Yeah, I felt that was genuinely very unfortunate. That 5 ball seemed guaranteed to drop, but it didn't, and close or maybe, or, you know, not hard enough is something that's, well, useless in pool. You don't get extra racks for getting close at a pot. Nicely controlled the cue ball there. Taking up the 7 ball before heading up the table to get rid of the 6 and the 1. Might have to go past the 14 here. Yeah. Was a bit too straight, but that's still fine. Now if he's playing position on the 8 ball for the bottom right corner pocket, that 10 ball is actually in a horrible spot. So you need to make sure you at least either pass the 10 ball or leave the cue ball short for a bit longer distance shot. Yeah. Try to make sure to eliminate the 10 ball being in its way. But having said that, he's a little bit lower on this 8 ball. I've seen these type of shots being missed. It's still favorite for me to make it, but it's not completely unmissable. Yeah, it was a bit pressure on that 8 ball, but nicely done by Chaba. Looking to keep up with his opponent. 3-4 behind. Chaba to break. Once again, neither of the players are looking to place the cue ball in an alternative spot. Both of them been breaking pretty much from the center line, just slightly off the center line. And while the break is not paying out so far for these players. It's called a one ball into the side pocket. So at some point that two ball needs some resolvement. I don't know whether Chaba can get to the 13 ball to drop it in. If he can, this could be the right time to pot it. Yeah, I think that's what he's gone for. Cue ball could be running into the 5 here, trying to stop it. Yeah, that's not worked out in his favor. By nudging into the 15, is now occupied the 15. It will have to be either one of the middle pockets, maybe even the corner pockets, but unintentionally he has created a problem there for himself. Nearly potted the 11 off the 1. But no, he's lost his cue ball quite early in this visit. But history repeats itself. That 2 ball was occupied in the beginning of the rack. And having missed the 11, he's presented his opponent with the same dilemma. Christoph took that pot for granted. And even though some shots seem to be unmissable, if you just take your eye off the pot, this is what can happen. It was a very clever positional shot there by Chaba. Got a chance to pot the 11 here and play position onto the 15. But again, having missed the 11, the 2 ball still not passes the 11. So all in all, it's been a bit fortunate, I believe. think it's no secret that the key shot will be how is he gonna solve the 2 ball. Has to play some sort of a cannon on it. Well, that's the answer to that question. What a delightful shot. A little bit fortunate, yes, but make no mistake, that's what he was intending to do. Doesn't want to land straight here onto the 3. Just the smallest of angles to work with, but nevertheless, he can draw this one side rail to side rail. As long as he doesn't underhit this, he should be fine. That's okay, nicely played. Should be able to draw his cue ball back in between the gap of the 8 and the 14 for the 8 into the left side pocket. Yeah, so that one attacking shot to develop the 2 ball has worked out as a treat, and this 8 ball to go 5-3 ahead. It is Christoph to break. He'll be looking to put himself on the hill. Christoph did make a slight adjustment in terms of placing his cue ball, and well, you can see he's made a ball of a break. And this layout seems very doable. He's left himself a good angle here on the 9. He could place his cue ball in an area where he could potentially see the 13, or the 12 that is actually. If it's not ideal, he could always take the 15 instead. I think that's exactly what he's tried to do. I'm not 100% certain whether he fancies this angle on the 12. If he doesn't fancy this angle, he can always take the 15. he can see the 15, it could be okay, you know. It's looking very narrow from this camera angle. Yeah, 13 down the rail, tough shot. And that's not gone in. So, mm, although he tried to play a very delicate positional shot onto the 12, just landed a little bit awkward, and well, ever since he's lost his cue ball, this has been the result of it. You'd think that this is a must-win rack for Chaba. Doesn't want to go 6-3 down. That could prove to be too much to do for him. Needs to try and keep the score line close as possible. Although the previous shot was a very good and attacking shot, I cannot tell you what he's tried to do with his cue ball after the 5. So he'll have another 2 difficult shots, or at least as far as the positional side of the shot goes. 1 to the 6, needs to leave himself a comfortable enough putt and an angle on the 6 to go towards the 8 ball. The all-important 8 ball, of course. The line is good. How's his pace? Yeah, it's too hard. And that's end of visit. So it probably is looking at an area where he can use the 6. Or is he gonna play this up and down? Yes, up and down, and trying to putt the 15. That's a clever shot, you know, but unfortunately failed to putt the 15. He's still okay, of course, but it's a little bit thinner on the 13. So there's a lot of traffic in its way. Desperately trying to avoid the 6 ball here. Trying to cross the table twice. Nicely done. That cue ball needs to bounce. Sure, he would have loved the cue ball to bounce 2-3 inches more. This is a cut into a blind pocket. He's still favored to make it, but these are missable. These are missable. Well, well, well. That is a massive relief for Chabanagi. Somehow, he's won this rack, and I'm sure he would be mightily relieved. both players have taken a timeout, or it is actually Christoph who's taken a timeout. 5 minutes to return to the table. So this is a good opportunity to have a look at the schedule and see if we have other results we can update. So we are playing the losers round 2. Majority of the matches have been finished. There's still a couple of the losers 2 round matches ongoing. Most of them are pretty tight. There's only 2 or 3 racks in it. So if you want to have a look at the other score lines, you can go to the EPBF website, select the 45 plus seniors 8-ball event, and click on the draw and results, and you'd be able to follow whoever you're rooting for. As both players have returned from the timeout, it's another nervy rack, a rack that's presented both players with a lot of problem balls. This seems very suitable for the type of match we've been having. But that cue ball dropping is at the most awful timing for Chabanagi. Slowly and gradually, majority of the problems have been resolved, but that 3-ball is still firmly out of play so far. He seems to have lost his cue ball right after the first shot. Now, he could put this 4 into the top left corner pocket if he cannot see the putting angle on the 1. Which seems to be the case. Christoph now in a very tricky spot, because on the one hand you'd love to play some sort of a safety in trying to develop the 11, but if you do and you fail to leave it safe, it's a great opportunity for your opponent. He's gone for the attacking option, and I'll tell you what, that is a gorgeous shot. And in all honesty, he's been a little bit unfortunate. That cue ball could have left himself easily on the 9. However, now he needs to pull off another great shot here. Deep screw with a lot of side. Yeah, that was a very tough shot indeed for the very best of the game. I like this shot. He's trying to develop the 5 by hooking his opponent. Yeah, that's nicely worked out. And from this position, you have to say advantage Chaba. Nicely worked out. In general, there's always 2 types of safety shots. One is to just contain the situation, and the other one is to try and force an error from your opponent. Well, this is definitely the latter of the 2. And by playing such a good safety, he's created a chance here for himself, Chaba. This is an important part of the match. So if he can take this chance, level the scores, it's anyone's game. But unfortunately, he's done all the hard work. And has to be said, that 6-ball didn't even threat the pocket. The only silver lining is his opponent needs to do some traveling with a cue ball. You can try and hold it, it will be a bit longer, or play it in a even better way. That was a very, very good positional shot. We'll need another one though here. I mean, he can definitely see the 8-ball to pot it, but it's not a 100 out of 100 type of shot. Very good shot indeed by Christoph. And of course, as he's won the leg, he has an opportunity to run out the match. It's been a fascinating game so far. Christoph started off by going 3-0 in front. Then his opponent started fighting back. And well, this previous rack could have gone either way. In fact, it was Chaba who played a super clever safety, attacking safety, created a good chance, failed to make the first attacking option, and now it is Christoph 6-4 in front, in with an opportunity to close out this match. And as you can see, it's the losers round 2, so whoever loses, it will be the end of the campaign for the 8-ball division. Look at this, he's, well, I think 3 or 4 balls look to drop, but somehow they've stayed over the hole. So that's also been a significant part of this match. Both players have had several opportunities pretty much in, I believe, all of the racks, if not 95% of the racks. So whoever loses can go back and look this match on YouTube and go, well, I've had several opportunities. I could have done a lot more in this match, but yeah, they're still far away from that point, of course. Chaba here got a good chance to close the deficit. And the 11, well, I said the 11, the striped balls are sitting pretty here. Looks like a formality. Slightly overran his cue ball. Let's put a little bit more pressure on this pot. It's hard for me to tell whether he's, yeah, it's in the middle pocket. Well done. This time offering Chaba with a successful break. I think he's called the 11 ball. This is a pressure pot. He's good cueing on this. There aren't too many players that would have rolled that one in, but what a solid pot that was by Chaba, I should say, actually. Can he get through to the 10 ball? Surely not. That opening pot was something to behold. And when you look at the layout, well, it's looking very inviting. And if he can keep his composure, we should be heading towards a hill finish here. Well, there you have it. A timely break and run by Chaba, and it's now all come down to this final rack. It is, of course, Christoph to break as he's won the lag. We're heading towards an exciting finish in this match. After 12 racks, nothing to separate these two men. One final rack to decide who will prevail in this seniors 45 plus 8-ball division. And has been a pattern throughout this match. Both players seem to be breaking pretty decent, hitting the first ball full on the head, but somehow they've well and truly been struggling to pot a ball off the break. And it was Chaba in the previous rack who produced the first break and run of the match. Can he come up with another run out here? He's got a chance to do so. Slightly underhit the cue ball there. Would have loved not to cue over the 11 here. A cue ball, ooh, stopped in time. That was very close going into the middle pocket. Now he needs to make up his mind. I mean, he can take the 5 and then the 7 for the 8 into the side pocket. But he's preferring the 7 and then the 5 ball. And he's just off straight, so it's likely going to be to draw the cue ball back for the 8 into the left side pocket. So this final positional shot, you'd think, should seal the deal here for Chaba. He's taking an extension. He recognizes the importance of this shot. We've seen him miss throughout the match easy shots, so he's doing well to make absolutely sure he nails this shot. Yeah, vastly overscrewed the cue ball. And now he has to take a tough decision. I think the pot to the top right corner pocket is a little bit easier than to cut it into the middle pocket. Particularly if you're trying to cut it into the middle pocket, the cue ball is flying around the table. So this is a tricky shot, but it's for the win. We'll know whether it's in before he does. What a gorgeous shot of Chaba Nagy. He went 3-0 behind. He went to 6-4 behind. Still refused to give up. Produced his first break and run and the only break and run after being 5-6 behind. Made it 6-all. Had only one chance in the final rack. And he makes the most of it. Huge congratulations to Chaba Nagy. Thank you all for watching. Keep an eye out on the streams as we will have a lot more pool action coming your way. As for now, that's the conclusion of this match, and we will be back shortly with another match. Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you very much.
tracking and if need some adjustment. Thank you.
Yeah. I noticed you break from inside the box.
Oh yes.
I was like, I think it's good to remember you.
I'm coming from 8 ball.
I was like, these two balls are always going in.
I think, oh fine, go.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no, it's just a warning. Imagine you win the leg and you go. Hey.
toilet, and
Now?
then I'm finished.
Yeah, just be quick because we will have
Yeah.
announcement also.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
Welcome back to the Bonte Wever Hotel in Assen and the Predator European Seniors Pool Championship, organised by the European Pocket Billiard Federation. Tonight we're in the 10-ball division and we're at the semi-final stage. Firstly, on table 7 with the ladies, from Germany, Yvonne Ullmann-Hubler. And representing Great Britain, Alexandra Cunha. On table 5 with men's 55 plus, from Turkey, Adil Erdem Özelci. And from Finland, Juha Hirilainen. On to table 4 and the men's 45 plus, representing Finland, Valtteri Virtanen. And from Italy, Gianluca Boni. We're into the arena on table 3, our second ladies semi-final. From Turkey, Sinem Kerten. And from Germany, Michaela Schorn. On to table 2 with the 45 plus men. Ferdi Özdemir representing Turkey. And his opponent, Thomas Bonk of Poland. And finally, on table 1 with the 55 plus, Rainer Spitsky of Germany. And his opponent from Portugal, Henrique Correa. The ladies semi-finals are a race to 5 and the men race to 7. Our IBPF referees in charge of the matches are, on table 7, Cesar Quezada of the Faroe Islands. On table 5, Andrew Bandara of the Faroe Islands. On table 4, from Romania, Alexandru Balas. On table 3, Andreas Chande of Switzerland. On table 2, Bojana Banda of Serbia. And on table 1, Alexander Vulovic of Serbia. Players, you may lag for the break.
Germany to break in rack number 1. Going from the back rail, a little less common. Saw Josh Filler win the World 8-Ball Championships with this breaking strategy. We have Spitsky to break in rack number 1. Nothing down. First chance of the match to Correa. Tough save here for Rayner. Could try to play the cue ball behind the 9. Believe he'll give it back. Pretty tight window to get right behind the 9. The reason he might consider it is because the 1's going to end up fairly safe even if he doesn't get behind the 9 with the cue ball. It's too tough though. Probably be some easier safe options if Enrique is not able to get the full hook here. If Rayner can draw the cue ball back into the 2-7 with slow enough speed to hold the 1, that'd be a good shot. Nice shot there. Ooh, nearly missing the 1 off the 3rd rail. Early 10s won't count here. WPA rules. If either player makes the 10 early in the rack, the 10 will be spotted. And the player will continue at the table. Have to get a tight angle on the 3. Could even consider moving it, really. Bit of a danger there with the 3 ending up between the cue ball and the 2. He's having a think on this one. Not straightforward. Nice thing about the small angle on the 3 that he has to get is that the cue ball can free up kind of across the middle of the table. Can hold this ball 1 rail. Two rails will do. Nicely played. Pretty thin on the angle, but was forced to be thin like this. Couldn't have got much better. Rayner's through the first 3 balls now. Just enough angle on the 5 to come out comfortably for the 6. To play a little more speed on this one. Pocketing's pretty easy, so should be able to get back to the middle. Yeah, speed or the angle just held him up a little bit on getting ideal on the 6. Just follow this ball 2 rails across. Just make sure on the pocketing. Big draw stroke required now for Rayner if he wants to get on the proper side of the 8th. considering both options. I think trying to draw back a little more has value. Doesn't really want to risk the cue ball going all the way around from the 8 to the 9. Did lay up on it though. Has a decently natural angle, 3 rails. Those type of decisions are important, you know. If you start overhitting the speed there, maybe miss a ball just because of the speed, where you had a reasonably good chance like this. This was the risk though. You're moving the cue ball more, it could get a little straight. There's enough angle going to the right. Small risk in moving the cue ball more. You always have to make those deductions. If you want to play the better position and risk missing the first ball a little more often, or if you want to kind of wait to play the better position, or maybe play a tougher pocketing shot on the second shot. Good rack here from Rayner. Made his way through nicely. Tight position on the 3. Worsbitsky advanced to the final in the redraw portion with 7-1 wins over Steinlich. 7-2 over Kraminovich, and finds himself in the semifinals now. Correa advanced with a 7-4 win over Deloriol and a 7-4 win over Woonings. So some strong wins coming into this match for Rubitsky. Nothing offensive on the 1 here for Rayner. He can come up 2 rails up the left-hand side of the table. Caught it too thick though. Not at all what he was trying. Is he going to get away with it? Looks like he might have. I don't believe the 1 pockets to the side. Correa can try to play the cue ball down below the 3. A little more defensive there, but it works. Tough chance for Rayner to kick the 1 in. 1 rail between the 4-9. Reminder, call shots only in 10 ball. Any kind of kick, combo, bank, have to call the pocket. He's got the wrong ball on the side there. Tough one. Have to play some left spin to straighten it out. Always tough to judge the exact angle the cue ball is going to come off whenever you're spinning it. Biggest problem in the rack for Correa is going to be the 6. Made a little tougher now because he's pushed the 9 over the most obvious angle for the 5 in the side. Ideally, if you could find a way to play the cue ball between the 6-7, that'll work, but it's going to be tough to do that, especially with where the 5 is now. Draw over to the right long rail and try to play the 5 in the bottom right. Has to make sure he doesn't have any angle leading into the side pocket. Nicely done. I think the cue ball's drawing just a little too far to the right to be able to fall right in between the 6-7. He can still run the rack if he doesn't get right in that area. He's just going to have to go up and down with the cue ball. Oh, it did get in there. Great shot. Nice stuff from Korea here. Good stuff from both players in the first two racks, showing why they're deserving of being in the semifinals. Cue ball's going slightly the wrong way. He can recover with a bit of left spin. Judging by the first two racks, this looks like it's going to be a competitive affair here. Both players coming out strong, both players showing good knowledge of the table. Germany with a long history of good success at the European Championships and internationally around the world. Portugal's an emerging country. João Grilo leading the way for the men. Sarah Roca, also a very strong women's player. They're close to Spain, which has plenty of high-level competitions. Rainer to break in rack number 3. Two balls down. Nothing easy on the 1. Could try something aggressive, drawing back between the 7-9. I believe the 4 passes the 6. A full table runner a possibility here. Safes are pretty high percentage. Not wrong to just lay off if he prefers. Nicely played. Got a little too much angle here. Cue ball's moving the right way. Just going to hope that he's able to slow it down. Looks like he is looking on the attacking angle for the 4. We'll be able to slow this one down. Shot. Getting ideal into a small area again. Strong play from both these players.
Extension.
Knew he wouldn't be able to hold straight enough for the 5, so chose to run into it. He's got a little angle going up table. If he's running into the 7, that can play well. A little bit nervy running into the 7 because he knows he'll be going into it with a lot of speed. He'll have to contact it exactly directly. Nice shot. Big power stroke coming now from Rayner. Showing a lot of knowledge on the tactical finesse part. See if we can come with a big stroke shot here. He's kind of laid off a little bit again, similar to what he did on the 7. Just playing conservatively. Was trying to draw that one a little more. But just showing that he's not susceptible to really overpowering at the ball. Did have a quick look at the cutting angle. I believe it's too thin. I like just playing side rail to side rail here with the cue ball on the 7. Looks like he's found a window, so a chance for Korea to take the lead. Always tougher when the object ball's right up close to a rail. Tougher to get any kind of distance. He knew that, so just risking using that big wall of 9-10 as blockers. Jump opportunity here for Rayner. Goes to it immediately.
7 ball, center pocket. Time.
A little thick on that one. 7 ball's going to hang up over the corner pocket. And a good save from Korea. Looks like it's going to allow him to win rack number 3. Might be a little straight again on the 8 and the side. It's the kind of shot you'd want to lay off spinning too much. So just gonna have a little more distance on the 9. It's okay. Narrow as the misses. Stretching. Tough one there for Korea. And we'll see how he responds to that going forward in the match. So immediately going to take a break. Stick with you guys for a second. Yeah, you're just getting some water. Yeah, missed it by a decent amount, really. The stretch is what got him. Good square hit from Korea. 1 ball coming straight back like it's supposed to. Off a proper hit. 2 balls down. Nicely on the 1. Good open table here for Korea. It's on the stretching angle again. Looks like he might resign to playing with the bridge on this one. Good shot. Straight enough to draw up the right long rail here. Just has to make sure he gets enough draw out of the ball. He knows that. Throwing a little extra chalk on his cue. Oh, he overdrew it. Looks like the cue ball might be playing in front of the corner pocket, which is good. Can play a fairly natural 3 rails around. It's a little more speed than comfortable. Still okay here. Nice shot. Good recover. Looks like a good recovery from Korea after missing an unexpected 10 in rack number 3. Bit of cue ball movement here. Just to play like a stun follow with a fair bit of speed. Looks like he's going to follow it. Oh no, stun follow. 2 rails around. Well, a lot of players haven't been risking these sharp angles into the side. I don't blame him. The 2 rail path around was pretty complicated. Gonna have to bear down, put that miss on the 10 out of his mind. Good shot. Looks like he'll be coming with his first break-in run of the match. Very nice. 2-all in the race to 7. Very high level play from both players. Just the one mistake on the 10 so far. Rainer to break in rack number 5. Going with a little more conservative break, but he's still making the wired balls. Made 2 of them in that, off that break. Looks like the cue ball's running into the 6 here, so he's going to have to draw around 2 rails. Speed's going to have to be judged well. Crossing the angle and moving the cue ball a fair bit. Nice shot. Chance for Rainer to reply with a break and run. Just a little too much angle to maybe hold for the 7 in the corner. He still can, but he'll want to hit this more at a medium speed, and that plays well for the 7 in the side. Out. Doesn't want to come past it on that angle. Still has it to the top right, but much more difficult than he would have wanted here. Rainer just taking a little minute to recover after playing a positional shot that he wasn't expecting. But really the only play here is offense, top right. Knows he's up against a tough opponent. Just doing everything he can to gather himself before this one. Just narrowly missed. One mistake each from each player now. Have to cross the cue ball over. Just a little on the rail, but good angle to play at the 10. Very nice, and first lead of the match for Korea. We'll be breaking in rack number 6. Rainer probably recognized the cue ball was going a little too far forward off the 6. He just didn't want to play any right spin on it because he was on the rail. He's got out of line, slight miss on the 7. Looks like nothing down for Korea here. Rainer has a makeable shot on the 1, but position for the 2 is very tough. Percentage plays to play the cue ball behind the 8, as long as he can hold it up with enough left spin. Close to getting full coverage. And he has both sides of it. Aggressive plays to play the cue ball all the way back behind the 6-7. More defensive shot is the side rail to side rail, using the 3-5 as blockers. A little thick. So a chance for Rainer to put Korea in a bad spot here. Does have the bank if he wants it. Could could possibly draw the cue ball straight back and play the 2 in the long pocket. But again, I think percentages just
Time.
biding his time a little here. Looks like he's left the left edge. Not much is happening off the left edge. Can choose to pocket it if he wants.
One ball from the pocket.
Has called it. Slightly undercut, but he's going to get coverage. Might be a window between the 2-8. Looks like there is. Rayner can play the cue ball behind the 8-9 again. Just looking at following it, I don't really like that. The draw play is touchy. Anytime you're trying to feel exact draw over this distance, it's tough, but it's the only way to slow the cue ball down, I believe.
One ball from the pocket.
Great shot. Let's see Correa with a first jump attempt.
One ball on the pocket.
One ball from the pocket.
Called the corner direct.
Oh,
Oh, he nicked the 8 on the way over. Ref will catch that one. Good chance for a Rayner now. Eight and the 9 is going to be the toughest positional play. Really only has the bottom left pocket for it.
Time.
Can get on a real tight angle. Close to straight in, but not blocked by the 9. No real chance to really go into it. Maybe from the 6th to the 7 would be the only time. I wonder if he'll take a shot at moving the 8 and the 9. Not on this shot, but from the 6 to the 7. Looks like he's not. He's just going to draw over to the left long rail. Yeah, going to be too straight for that now. Be interesting to see what he plays on the 8. Such a small angle. Like if he was on the angle that he is now, he'd have a chance. But even that looks like it could be blocked by the 9. I think he's going to have to play it in the top left. Bottom left, pardon me. Could actually draw into them now. Nicely played. Very good from there. It's got the slightest angle moving to the right, which will play good for the 9 on the side. Great stuff from both players, hanging neck and neck, playing some good runouts. Break and runs being thrown around. Rayner finishes the rack off quickly after recognizing that he took care of the hardest problem. He'll be breaking in rack number 7. Great match going here, race to 7. Over in the other semifinal, here Leinen leads 3-1 over Zelchi. Women's semifinals also going on right now, and the semifinals in the 45 and over division. Eight ball down. Not quite enough power for the one to hang right over the corner pocket. Would have possibly been available, but he got some draw on the cue ball. Has a look at it though. Not the easiest of spots to play safe from. Could play the cue ball back behind the 3-5, but that would involve draw. You usually want to favor following the cue ball when you're playing safe. Don't really think there's much else. Little tough to slow the momentum of the one down if you're drawing at it. It's a good try. It's tougher than it looked. And as I alluded to, anytime you're trying to pinpoint the cue ball or get the cue ball in a small area, you'd want to favor follow. He just didn't have that option there. First distance pocketing test for Correa. Passes it, wants to miss the 9. Caught a piece of it, but he's still okay in the 2. He might be forced to go 3 rails forward here. Really want to make sure you follow through this ball enough. Watch him lengthen his follow through on this shot. Nice shot. Doesn't want to end up on the rail. He has. Gonna be even tough to even stop the cue ball. There's room between the 7-5. Most obvious safe path would be behind the 9-10. 7's in the way though. I think he can hit it thin enough to come 2 rails behind the 9-10. Good shot. Full coverage on the 5. Tough ball to jump in. Rayner might consider kicking at this. Jump's going to be really out of control. He's going to go at the jump. If he hits it squarely, he has a chance to create distance. The 5 will be kind of banking into the 6. I think it's very tough to purposely try to pocket the 5 here. You call the pocket, of course, in case it does go. Caught that square hit, did create some distance. 7 got in the way. Correa can cross the 5 up the middle, ideally avoiding the double kiss coming off the left long rail. I think it will. I think the 5 will get out of the area before the cue ball is crossing over.
Time. Extension.
Good try, but a little thick, and he's going to leave it over the side. Chance for Rayner to take back the lead now. Both players with strong performances so far. Very few errors. Coming with some tough shots. Really going toe to toe here. Got the cross back over to the same side of the table. More comfortable speed that way. Yeah, it would have involved some left spin, so just decided to lay off on the speed, avoiding spinning the ball when he necessarily didn't have to. And where's Bitsky? Taking the lead back 4-3. First player to surpass the halfway mark. Nothing down for Correa. Left the tough one on the 1. Correa switched up breaks there, went to the back rail like Rayner. Saw Rayner having some success from that area. It's tougher to get more power from the back rail. Cue ball starting about a foot further back from the rack. But it is possible to achieve it well. Josh Filler won the World 8-Ball Championships using that break. A little more relative to using a hand rack in that format. instead of the template. Rayner took a chance here. Slightly overcut. I think Correa will be looking to get the cue ball behind the 3-6-10. Possibly leave the 1 in the open a little bit, because the 1's going to be playing into the 9. Pretty big wall down table.
Time.
Missed the 9. Looks close to the window between 6 balls. This would be unlucky for Correa. Yeah, he has it directly. Always tough for any player at any level when they have so much coverage. Not really a bad shot, just both balls ending up in unfortunate positions. Didn't have the whole ball, but still created something positive off the rail first kick. Another good save from Correa, and he's got him full ball this time. There's a window between the 5-8 to kick at the 1. Tough to play an exact planned kick safe, so he's going to jump at it. Ideally hitting the right side of the 1 and using that 3-7-10. Pardon me, 7-6-10 blocker area. Just caught it a little thinly. Looks like it's going to come over to the other side of the table and still use those balls. Correa's in a bad spot now. And if he's able to jump at half the ball here, the cue ball's running into the 5. Really trusting to luck on what can happen as far as safe. Caught the 5 first, so ball in hand for Rayner. First chance to take his first 2-game lead of the match. Two-ball doesn't have many pockets. I believe he can play just above the 9 and come 1 rail across. Nicely played, avoiding everything coming across. Rest of the table looking good. Both these players have played so well that you kind of expect them to get out on open table runouts. Of course, it's not as easy as it looks. I haven't seen Werbitsky's name in many international competitions, but I have to believe at some point in his playing time, he did play in some major tournaments. Like a very solid player. Same to be said for Correa. Never know, some people might have just started playing later in life too. I have a lot of students back home that tell me they took about 20 years off just to raise a family and work a job and focus on other things. But later on in life, when they have more time, they come back to the game. It's a great sport that you can play well into your 70s. Even your 80s, you can get around the table no problem. But really able to play this game into a high level into your 70s, no problem. Good shot. Good recovery. Someone ending up on the rail here, ideally. Cueing's just going to be a little tougher on this ball. Just try and keep the speed down. Hit it at a speed where if he does contact the long rail going in, the pocket will still take it. Nicely played. Very good stuff here from Rayner. Correa's put up a good fight as well. Gonna be up against it a little bit.
We have a timeout.
Okay.
There was, I'm not looking what.
I was looking, but I didn't saw the contact. I didn't hear.
You are a referee, but
Yeah. Surprised.
I look at no how you supposed to know. But if I saw there was a foul, I said it. But yeah, I know.
Correa back in the arena. Referee just checking that he's ready to go, and it'll be ready to break in rack number 9. There goes the 7 again. Has this breakdown pretty solid. Remember, in these Euro Tour and European Championship events, the balls are tapped. So as long as you're hitting them square, you have a very good chance of making balls back in the side off the second row. And he's found that. Ideally wanted to be straighter, have an angle going to the left or to the right off the 2. Can still draw over for the 3 in the left middle. Right middle, pardon me. Well, it was straight enough to hold. It's a good shot. Kind of connect the dots here for the next 3 shots. Gonna have to draw straight back and leave himself a little more angle than ideal. Wants to make sure he doesn't end up over the 9.
Extension.
Rayner just going to an extension here. Interesting play. Saw Shane Van Boning do this in the World 10-Ball Championships last week. Just kind of going to an extension when he doesn't really need it for reach. There's something about keeping the cue straighter maybe on straight-in shots. And, you know, I'm just going to play devil's advocate here. He easily could have made that ball and would have been a nil point to what I'm saying now. But for me, when you go back to your chair like that, you're kind of breaking your rhythm. And if you had to get your extension for a shot that you had to reach, of course, no problem. You have to do it, but just when you're looking to kind of change the makeup of your cue, looking to break your rhythm when you don't have to, I think it's something that you got to consider twice. So a couple let-offs now for Correa. Rayner missing the 10 in rack number 8, and now missing a fairly makeable 4 in rack number 9. Looking to take back his second lead of the match. Cue ball looks like it could be playing a little bit into the 9 here. Might be straight enough to just roll straight through the angle. It's okay. Correa gets through the balls nicely. Doesn't waste any time. Knows the shots. Nicely played and taking the lead back at 5-4. He'll have the break in rack number 10. See if he goes back to the head string or back to the back rail. He's used both breaks in this match so far. Now Rayner going to take a break. So both players kind of feeling the finish line here. Just looking to alleviate some possible nerves. And be sure to stick with us for what promises to be an exciting conclusion to this match. Be right back after the break. Rayner back into the arena, set for the conclusion of this match. Went back to the head string this time, didn't hit him quite as squarely, but 2 balls down. Tough one on the 1. 3 balls surrounded by the 4-9. Looks like he has a chance to combo the 7 in. One ball will be pretty loose coming up table. Might be able to hit it light enough that the 1 ends up over the right middle. Just a little too hard on the speed to leave something easy. Was never going to be easy on the 3 regardless. Again, going to the extension. Yeah, like, didn't even need the power that time. It wasn't for stroke straightness. And ended up making a mistake. Not sure if he's playing safe behind the 6. Yeah, I think you might as well play safe behind the 4. Kind of get the 3 out of the way. The thing about playing safe behind the 6 there is that there was no ball to play the 1 nearby, up table.
Free ball on the side pocket.
3 ball, side pocket.
He's going to call the 3 in the side. Big spot in the match now. 9 ball should clear the top left corner pocket for the 4. I was thinking that ball could jam like that. I don't mind him trying to stay at the table there. But always tricky when you're playing involving another ball in any way, whether it's a combo or a carom or off a ball.
Time.
Rayner's not perfect on this combo, and I think he might be forced to go for it. It's far from the pocket, which adds to the difficulty.
4 ball, side pocket. Corner.
Yeah, he's just going to play safe here. Proper play. This ball might be cutting too thinly. Oh, 2 rails across. He actually called it in that corner. Wouldn't have been off the 10. But if it would have gone, it would have been a nice roll for him. So distance pocketing for Korea now. Has missed a couple longer balls in this match. Makes this one. And he's on the 5. I have to play a little left spin to avoid the 9 coming back. 5's close enough to the pocket, shouldn't be too much of a problem. Nicely played, and he's in line now to get on the hill first. Looking good here. Smart choice to follow at that one. Even though the draw play was moving the cue ball less, would have had to hit too much speed. Bit of a breath now for Correa. Knows that he's getting near the end of the tournament. Looking for a spot in the final. It's down and he's on the hill. After trailing for most of the match and neck for both players throughout the match. Have our first 2-game lead now. Rayner going with that consistent break from the back rail. Come to think of it, I think I actually saw Josh and Pia Filler using this in the Euro Tour. Euro Tours are usually 9-ball, but they did have one Euro Tour 10-ball, and I think they were using this break, and so are some other players. It's not one that's that familiar with, as familiar for me, but you can see the results, no doubt. Let's draw out a little bit here for the 5. Wants to be straight ideally. Looks like he is. Coming over and looking at the easiest angle for the 6 to move down for the 7. Just a little straight, but that's okay because he wants angle on the 7 to move back towards the 8. Surprising miss there. Just caught an over deflection with the cue ball. No way he would have missed that ball if he wasn't spinning it. Just deflected out too thin on him. Korea forced to play a big power shot here. Just laid off. Smart play again. Thought the 8 was over to the left a little more, but that was definitely the right play, keeping the speed down. He's got a chance to win the match. Looks like he likely will. Defeating a very strong opponent in Werbitsky. Comfortable enough on the 10 for a spot in the final. It's down, and great performance from Correa here. And he'll be moving on to the final. Other men's semifinals over on table number 2. You can watch that on Pro Billiard TV and catch the final on Pro Billiard TV. Be here for another 3 days with bringing all the action from the European Men's and Women's Senior Championships. This has been Eric Horlifson. We'll talk to you soon.
a bit kill.
But I was, you know, either side maybe. I don't know how they want, but there is this camera that probably wants to cover the whole thing. Yeah. Okay, good.
From the left side to the right side. So yeah, and 1 minute before, then we're out. Luke's gonna come in, start one line.
we gonna start? 10 minutes? 8 minutes from now. you pocket, then the opponent will have the option, right? And 2 minutes before, so you will have a few balls to shoot out, then I will ask you to leave in and you will get have a good match.
They're all going to come in. They're all going to check that I put my phone on. Welcome back to Assen and the Predator European Seniors Pool Championship organised by the European Pocket Billiard Federation. It's time for the 10-ball finals. Firstly, on table 3 we have the ladies' gold medal decider. So will you welcome from Turkey, Sinem Kurten. And from Germany, Iwan Ullmann-Hubler. Moving on to table 2, and it's the 55 plus championship decider. Will you welcome from Finland, Juha Hirilainen. And representing Portugal, Enrique Correa. And finally, on table one, it's the 45 plus title match. Will you welcome from Turkey, Ferdi Özdemir. And from Finland, Valtteri Virtanen. It's a race to 5 for the ladies and 7 for the men, and your IBPF referees in charge of the action are on table 3, Eva Poskojalova of Czechia, and on table 2, Danilo Hibasrit of Germany, and here on table 1 from Slovenia, Miha Vovko. Players, you may lag for the break.
From Turkey, and Valtteri Virtanen from Finland in the 45 plus category. And what a final match this is going to be. I haven't seen too much from Virtanen so far. The only thing I was just checking to see is what kind of players he has beaten, and both players have beaten quite some favorites for the title. So very much looking forward to this match. It's a race to 7. The discipline is 10 ball. The second discipline to be finished tonight. Alternating the break. The balls will be racked by the referee. The EPBF referee is always on point during these championships. We will be breaking from outside the break box. As you can see, there's a little box near his hand. Has to be breaking outside of that. And nothing threatening a pocket. So the first opportunity goes to Ferdi. If you look at the break, slight bit of overcut. Doesn't get the ball behind the one ball close to the side, that overcut. And there is a shot available to go aggressive on the one ball, but if you look overall in this run out, the red 3 ball could be some problem. Not sure whether that goes by the 10 in the bottom left. That one ball wobbled just a bit, caught it a bit thick, so the cue ball slightly slower. As you can see, it's the thing with the newer cloth, newer conditions. When you catch the ball just slightly fuller with the right pace, it will still drop. He does have the angle to either go to the short side, as you could see. He was checking to play there, or could go one rail in between the 3 and the 10, or into the 10 ball, into the 3 ball. There's options. Just depends. Does he like that really soft stroke, or does he want to play more full into it? Oh, Did that cue ball nestle up with the 10? And even better, does that 3 ball go to the top corner? I don't think it does. I think it only goes to the side pocket, and this is already quite a difficult cut. If he has to shoot this to the side, it's quite a difficult cut. And these players, they play almost the whole day. Well, played a very good cue ball there. Chose to call the 3 ball off the 6 in the side. But definitely played to the cue ball. Clever shot, especially in the beginning of the match. It won't hurt to play a little bit more deliberate. Just until that point where you feel like, okay, I'm not so uncomfortable with the nerves anymore. Not many people on this planet can name themselves a European champion. Doesn't matter if it's in the juniors, in the regular competition, in the men's, in the women's, in the seniors. I don't think in the wheelchair, don't forget the wheelchair. I don't think it would be special for someone to win that kind of title without being nervous in the final, or without not getting nervous towards the end. Of course, with experience, if you have done it a couple times, you might get used to it, but there's always going to be nerves. And I think I would like to just start slow, and then whenever I feel like, okay, I'm feeling the rhythm a bit more, let's speed up a bit. But I did like the safety he's played there earlier on the 3 ball. Don't forget, Özdemir, very capable player, has beaten a couple long-time pro players on the tour. Of course, he did not himself place like top rank in these tournaments, but it's all about the ability to play a good match of pool. Did land a little bit closer to the rail, so now a little bit more effort into lining up nice with the 6. But it's working out the chance to open up his account in this final. Yeah, I gotta say, played his semifinal in a pretty strong way. Was up 5-0, out moving his opponent. Good defense. I'm not gonna say he's played perfect. I mean, we all miss balls, and a couple shapes here and there could have maybe been better. But overall, he did play very well against Thomas Bak, the Pole who did get the bronze medal, or will be getting the bronze medal after this final. So he did put a good performance on there. He's looking to reproduce a similar performance in this match. So Fedi Özdemir gets the first rack on the board. Has to wait until the cue ball stops to get the balls out of the pocket. Yeah, getting things done. I was going to mention the side pockets. I've seen a lot of balls going wrong into the side pockets. Just not playing so easy, especially the ones with pace. I've seen Ferdi in the semi-final and the final. I've seen him make a couple good ones, or just realizing, okay, I have slightly too much angle. Am I gonna take the medicine? Or am I gonna take the risk of playing it more firm? In general, he's been handling it well, and I've seen other players struggle with this. So the experience got him quite far. I have to say, overall, of course, I've seen quite some matches now in the 10 ball. Overall, I haven't seen too many balls going on the break. Table is tapped, so small dents in the cloth, in the table slate, to make sure the balls are being put perfectly into each other. So the rack should be near perfect, but with that break box you have to hit them so great that even if you're slightly off, now suddenly you could be not making a ball. Yeah, great effort. Was looking to bring the cue ball behind the 5, just barely did not get there. I mean, I'm just thinking, was he going aggressive on the 2? But the problem is, he would have been hooked, for example, on the 3 ball, so... Well, either way, we're never gonna find out. The biggest problem is Ferdi at the table back again. Yeah, nice draw stroke. Now, don't forget, all these finals are being played with a shot clock. 35-second shot clock. And only one extension per rack, 25 seconds. Now, for some, it's in their nature to play fast, but for others, this is not the case. Now, of course, in the meantime, I'm going to try and give you the live scores on the other matches. along the way. Slightly off angle on this 6. Is he going to play? He took the medicine there. More cut, more distance on the 7. He knows that making the 7 should give him anything he would want to have on the 8. So it's mainly about just pocketing the ball. But the distance always makes things more difficult. Of course, I've heard it plenty of times in my life, the saying that I'm young and I still have sharp eyes. They say just wait till you're 40, 45, 55 possibly. Well, in this case, I have to say they still looking quite sharp. But like I mentioned, it was not a guarantee to make. Just slightly thick. A chance for Valtteri. I don't think he has the real first, has he? Might have to get the jump cue out once again. The problem is if you have to curve the cue ball around the 8, there's a slight punch on the ball and the cue ball might drift down table quite fast. I might like the jump cue and try to catch it quite full. Well, did not have to massage the cue ball as much as I was expecting him to. And I think this will be good for this match, good for the score. To see the Finn get his first rack on the board as well. And slightly short on this 10 ball, a little bit more cut for Virtanen to tie the score at 1 to open his account. And with the cue ball staying on the table, it is the Finn who gets the second rack in. 1 each. It's a race to 7. All aboard because we are going for a long one, I feel like. A long trip. So make sure to get your snacks. Maybe something nice to drink. Yeah, this time he does find a way to make balls on the break, and look at this for a result. The 4 and the 3, the usual suspects. The 4 ball going in, the 5 ball going in. Shape on the 1, the 2 ball near. The only shot I could imagine go wrong is to get from the 3 to the 6. So some work to do. But great for the rhythm itself to keep going. think ideally you would want to be a little straighter on the 3 ball to go forward 3 rails from 3 to 6. You could see some slight awkward cueing on the 2, and now the angle is quite big. What's his plan?
Extension.
He's going to play with low left, has to make sure not to catch the 7, and also the side pocket comes into play. Well, he did play it very soft. He might have been playing for a bump into the 7. Now a longer 6. 2 rail shape from 6 to 7. Top left spin. If he gets to the center of the table, would be back online. Yeah, good cueing there. Let's have the natural angle to get to the 8. The 9 is in front of the side to connect with the 10. So great chance to take his first lead for the match. And with this shape on the 10, could get the lead, take over the lead in this match. Valtteri Virtanen now comes up with a beautiful break and run to put the early pressure back on Özdemir. Couple difficult shots if you look at the cut. Had to leave himself long on the 6. Even though he had a couple difficult shots, you could not really read him, did not show too much, and got the job done. Ay, ay, ay. That's most likely the worst thing that could happen to a pool player. This is something you could really get nightmares from. If you imagine the cue ball being kissed, was it either 3 or 4 times? It's quite a bit. It's not like that ball in hand is going to instantly cost him the rack though. If you consider the 7 ball, not very easy to land on. Might have to play a little bit of a risky shot here on the 3 ball, running into the 9, opening up the 7 and being on the 4. Just trying to get a bit straighter.
Extension. Extension.
Well, he's still going. He's opened up the 7. If he cuts the 4 in, he's going to have the 5 in the left center. Now the 7 ball in the open. This is a chance to extend his lead to 3-1. Does have a very short stroke. Doesn't do too much, but sometimes it works really well. There's a couple really strong players out there having a short backswing. Oh, slightly firm. A little bit more angle on the 6, but still could play slight bump to the top side of the 7. Oh, he's played a lot better shot there. He's landed straight on the 7. That's maybe a little bit of a bummer for him, but he could also play the short side of the 8. But I would say this is a clever choice compared to the bump, just to make sure to always have a shot. Yeah, started off maybe slightly slower, but I would say, yeah, look at this shape. Nice 3 wheels around the table. Well, he did land on the rail, so let's see if there's any nerve in his stroke. So it's the Finn, Valtteri Virtanen, now up 3-1. That scratch on the break from Ozdemir did result in a really good clearance from Virtanen, even though it was awful tough. Quite a lot of difficult shots once again, but he's pulling through. And what more can you say? I mean, it was very unfortunate for Ozdemir to scratch, but it was not a guaranteed run out either. Now Henrik Correa on the second table, 3-0 up against Hirilainen, another Finn in the final. And Yvonne Ulman-Hibler, 3-0 up against Kökten from Turkey. Nice safety behind the one. Ferdi showing up straight to the table
One ball, one
with
pocket.
the air rush jump cue.
Time.
Good hit. Does he get something for a result? Needs the one to go to the short rail. And it stops. And another shot for Virtanen. It's actually weird the fact that the one ball did not even touch any other ball.
Time. Extension. Extension.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. That's not something you see quite often. Was so trying to get on the two ball, which was probably the most difficult shot for this rack. To now missing the one. Now he's looking for a window between the 4-7. I'm considering to go 2 rails. Yeah, run the cue ball around the 10. Way more area
Extension.
when you get at least past the 10 ball than to play for that small window.
Foul.
Ay, ay, ay. What has he done? From how solid Özdemir looked in his semi-final, almost no side spin on the ball to create somewhat of an angle to cross over. Yeah, what really is there to add to this rack? If you imagine the 9 lines up the 10 to the side pocket, pocketing this 5 ball, it's gonna give you either a nice angle on the 6 or it's gonna put you straight on the 6. Now, you could either go forward, play the 7 in the top left or in the left center. Could also play with stun right again to play the 7 in the bottom left. It's short positional work. The 8 is next to it. I don't think the chances will go easier than this. Now, it's always dangerous for me to say these kind of things. A lot of people, they actually believe in the commentator's curse. But overall, if you look at this layout, how can you expect to come back? Or at least for Vermeer, if he looks at this, not Vermeer, if we look at Verdi or Özdemir combination, how I don't think he's actually expecting to get back to the table. But kind of brutal, winning the opening rack. Then 2 good clearances from Virtanen, a 6 scratch on the break from Özdemir. And then now a scratch. Things going by real fast. Yeah, the Finn is queuing well. There's really not much to say about it. He struggled maybe the first 2 racks, but now this 10 for a commanding 4-1 lead. Yeah, time for timeout. Verdi leaving the arena as soon as possible. And I can imagine with the momentum really not being by his side, definitely needs to take a break and hopefully rearrange his own feeling and, well, possibly how the balls are rolling for him. So he has, well, maximum 5 minutes to take a break. Let's see the other tables. Now also commanding Henry Correa 4-0 up and Yvonne Ullman-Hiebler also 4-0 up. So that means Yvonne Ullman-Hiebler on the hill as the ladies, the senior ladies, are playing a race to 5 alternate break. In either the 45 or the 55 plus categories, it's a race to 7. So no difference there. Besides Correa already being on the last couple balls of the rack in the 5th rack. So slightly up front compared to this final. as you can see, Ferdi Özdemir just came back from his timeout, and we will resume the match. Valtteri Virtanen coming up with some great stuff, leading now 4-1, and the Turk has to get going in this match. Yeah, makes a ball on the break, and once again, nothing on the one. Yeah, interesting where to push to. Definitely would not like to push where he was pointing at. I'm not gonna leave my opponent any open aggressive shot, so I'd rather push something on the 8. Yeah, near that area I think is at least giving you a chance to come back at the table and turn things around.
Push out.
No, he did push to a very aggressive option. This is, I mean, the thing is, you're down 4-1. In that case, I would say I'd rather play it more defensive. I'm not going aggressive to make something happen. But someone else would say, well, he broke the balls, so he has to make sure he can defend himself. He came straight out of the chair with the jump cue. Yeah, almost praying for the one ball to please drop in there. If it stayed over the corner, that would have been a wide open layout for the Finn once again. But the one ball going in, so Valtteri has the option to either play himself or give it back. But I cannot imagine him giving this back. He can always go for the distance. Could send the 2-ball down table. Could draw the cue ball behind the 8. Could... Well, the only thing I did not feel that much was the cut on the 2. And did he get cover behind the 5 or the 10? Same thing like I mentioned also. He's 4-1 up, alternate break. You don't have to go aggressive. He could have taken his time. He did not have to go for the cut. Yeah, good shot. Oh, nicely landed on the 4. Float in the 4, you're on the 5 to the top right. Might want to try and nick the 7 ball just slightly. The 7 might not go to the side pocket, so don't think it's gonna hurt you that much. Has left himself a little bit more cut on this. Won't be able to hold the cue ball. Just gotta make sure to not land with the 10 in between. So now just low left, just stun the ball. No, he's going forward. Possibly with his reach, just risking the fact that he might have to shoot the 10 to the corners.
Side. 10 ball in the side.
Well, it is Freddy Özdemir now pulling one back, 4-2. So the timeout did prove to work for him. Oh, quite the cut. Cue ball flying directly into the left long rail. I think he did. Did he apologize there? Not too sure. Possibly just because he gets the hook behind the 3 ball. Well, the main thing is it's all about the 2 ball. No obvious pocket for the blue 2. Yeah, as you can hear the applause in the background as Henrik Correa has won another title in the European Senior Championships. He's beaten, now let me try to make it correct, Juha Hirilainen 7-0 in the final. So still a great result for both. Congratulations to the man from Portugal, Correa. Also a nice result for the Finn, Hirilainen. Of course, won't be happy with his performance. Obviously, losing a final like that, he won't be happy. Now both other finals going on. This one, of course, 4-2. The other match also 4-2 in the favor of the German Yvonne Ulman-Hibler against Kökten from Turkey. So both Turkish players on the losing end so far. Yeah, and this will be challenging. Won't be easy to hit the 2. I'm not saying he won't be hitting the 2. I'm more saying it's a very difficult hit. choosing to try and tie things up, I believe. Not sure if he has done that. If he can pocket the 2, nudge the 7 away from the 5 and land on the 3 ball, there might be a possible run out.
Time.
That's exactly what he was trying to do, but the 7 ball just coming right back at him. Just look at the orange 5 tied up once again. Yeah, has missed the 3 ball, but now it doesn't matter if you get on the 4 or not. The odds of doing something with the 5 ball are just so low. Yeah, of course, number 1 rule I would say is try not to open up the 7-5. Find a way to not sell out and make sure to stay away from those 2 balls. So that's why he's just pushing, trying to leave the 10 ball in between, of course. And he's left something very aggressive, but I can just not imagine Ferdi going at this, pocketing the ball and trying to open up the 5-7.
Four ball in the corner. Time.
Now the 5 ball is solved. Initiative with Özdemir. Difficult to hit the 5, and also if you look at how much distance, how much he will have to travel around to hit the 5 ball and possibly get cover.
Five ball in the corner.
It's called the 5 ball in the top left, possibly 1 reel, kissing the 5 off the 8 in the corner. Stun right spin. Does make a good hit. Well, hasn't left a shot on the 5, feel like, and landed in between to where the safety is not just a simple roll up. Things could be way worse for the Finn. Or at least the cut did look very thin. He might go after it, but I cannot imagine.
Time.
Well, I guess the cut was on. Maneuvered the cue ball nice, and now on his track. Yeah, we are definitely in for a tight match. Verdi putting on the big grind. Sure, Valtteri did have slight chances maybe to get a bigger lead. Yeah, so now 4-3, still trailing. He's putting on the big grind like I mentioned. Looking to get this match tied at 4. That would mean a race to 3 for the title. Played a really good shot on the 4 there to be able to play the safety on the 5. That really won him the rack.
One ball in the corner.
Difficult shot to get shape from the 1 to the 2 ball. Could play low right. Yeah, I tried to go straight over to play the 2 ball on the left center, and I think he had to play it thick with a lot of left spin to check the cue ball. Easy to overcut. That's the easiest way to bring the cue ball to that desired position, and might have gotten the mini hook behind the 5. I mean, I'm not gonna say Verdi is not able to hit the 1. Just always annoying not to be able to see the ball.
Attention.
Was able to cut the one in now. Does he have... Difficult to say from this angle if he... This is a better angle. I think he is on the 2. Now has to play a lot of outside spin to run in between the 7-10 and then to run the cue ball around the 8. Very easy to run into one of those balls. And he just chose, he said, I don't care about the distance, just give me something. He knows that with being on the 3 ball, the 4 is next to it. I mean, it's not comfortable, but it gives you a chance of winning. Yeah, and did land not so great. I think if he had played more outside spin and used the 6 to hold the cue ball full, I think he would have been okay enough to get to the 5 ball. I'm not too sure whether he can make this, yes or no.
Time.
Yeah, this match now really shaping up to make it 4 each. That would be crazy. Like we've seen everything, or you would think you've seen everything. Yeah, managing really nicely overall. Roll this in straight into the 10. So we are going to have only a race to 3 in this final. I mean, this is probably the best evening entertainment you can imagine. You see, he knows that he's got that confidence back. The balls are rolling nicely, and this is exactly the best moment for Virtanen to take his timeout. When your opponent is running out from these difficult positions, that's definitely a sign for me to say, hey, you know, let me just have a little break. Possibly get him a little bit cold in the chair. And welcome back everybody to the Predator EPBF European Senior Pool Championships. Now in the meantime, in the background you could see Sinem Kukten at the table. Currently the score of 4-3 leading for Ivana Ulman Hiebler. But the Turk only needs one more rack to bring that to a deciding set, deciding match, deciding rack, I should say. This match, for each. Verdi winning the opening rack. Virtanen 4 on the spin. Verdi taking the timeout, coming back, wins the next 3. Then Valtteri said, oh, wait a minute, let me take another break, or let me take my break. And that's how we now have gotten this match to only a race to 3 for the title. Oh, whoa, 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 that is no bueno, like they say in Spanish. Could indeed choose to go for the run out. As you see, the 3 ball does pass to the top right. But, you know, maybe to give your opponent a worse feeling and yourself a better opportunity at this rack, if you play a jam up safety behind the 5. Oh, if he makes this, he's gonna be... Oh, I was gonna say he was gonna be miserable if he flukes that in the side.
Extension. Safety. Foul. Second foul.
Yeah, this is the second foul, but this time you cannot really expect Verdi to play. Oh, he is looking at playing a 3 foul here. Look at this, sneaky. Don't really expect a 3 foul on this position, but maybe he's really trying to grind this match out, and while doing so, maybe pushing his opponent into a bad rhythm. Just gotta make sure, is there a gap? I think there might be a gap. There is a window. We will have the referee near. Yeah, staying away from the 3 foul. And now again, by hitting the 1, he's bumped the 5 over, and now the 3 ball does not go as much as it did before, so still slightly surprised Verdi went for that 3 foul. Yeah, and getting from the blue 2 to the 3 ball was going to be the most difficult shot. In the meantime, the ladies' final has become a hill thriller. 4 each between Sinem Kökten from Turkey and Yvonne Ullmann-Hibler from Germany. Only one rack to play for the title.
Time. Back to the middle. 3 ball to the side.
Yeah, just wondering where is he gonna push the cue ball to after 3. Always going to leave the 3 ball in the open. Just trying to bring the cue ball to the short rail. You could see his face there saying, well, I didn't have much more. This is gonna be it. Best I could do. And it's sure is not a gimme.
Time.
Yeah. I have to say he missed it on the obvious side, and by obvious I mean to try and hold the cue ball for the pink 4. You're most likely to miss the 3 ball on the thick side. So in that case I'm always trying to tell myself, hey listen, if I shoot this I'm going to try and at least miss it on the long rail, and if my stroke was that pure that I could still hold the cue ball, then I actually put in a great effort. So it was a good try. This was the little bit of the ugly miss for Özdemir. And if the 3 ball does go by the 7, chance for Virtanen to take the lead back.
Time.
Float in the 5 ball. Could go with top spin, a drip of left to leave the 6 for the right center. Could also go low right, play the 6 in the same corner. I like the low right better, but in general players seem to have a different preference on this. A little bit more of a tricky shot on this 9. We'll have to run the cue ball stun left. 2 rails to the 10. And the referee will stop the clock there, so you can hear we do have another result. The ladies' final is finished. And I am refreshing the page, but they are keeping me on the edge of the seat to find out if it's Kukten or Ulman Hiebler. Well, he played low left. Quite a big stroke on that and more distance on this 10 ball. Yeah, it does get the job done. I mean, what a shot there. And as you can feel, the nerves are really kicking into both players. 5-4, the Finn leading, takes the lead back. What a match. In the background, on the third table, Sinem Kukten from Turkey has beaten Yvonne Ulman Hiebler after being down 4-0. She's won the match 5-4. What a match. What a result. And congratulations to both players for such a great performance. Of course, we still have the 8 ball that just started today. And the 9 ball still yet to come. And in between, the teams event is also running. So still plenty of chances to win a couple medals here and there. Now, the 10th rack. And Özdemir breaking. Yeah, definitely one thing that has not been going for him now. 2 matches in a row for Ferdi. The break, and I mean, it can be a horrible game to play if your break is not going. You give the first initiative to your opponent right away. And Virtanen had a great chance there. Well, could have frozen the cue ball to the 3 ball. That would have been, well, worse. But then still, you might already have to. Well, he's considering the kick or the jump. Let's go in front of the side. Just barely missed the 4. It's called the corner. Yeah, then again now with ball in hand, 1 rail, bump the 10. If it works out nicely, you can have an angle on the 2. Also run directly. I'm surprised, could have stunned into the 7-10 and still be on the 2. I think that might be a little bit of a mistake. Maybe he has a different idea to open up this cluster on the left, but I'd rather do it early than later.
4 balls to the corner.
Well, it looks like he's still chasing for the run out. Called the 4 in the bottom right. I might be looking into playing a safety behind the 10-7. He might call this just in case, but no, he hasn't. Played some great cueing on that. The only thing I'm just really wondering is, what is he planning on the 7-10? If he's gonna leave himself angle on the 6 to open up the 7-10 and runs out, that would put him on the hill, but that would be a crazy run out. Well, he's not out of the woods. I mean, he managed to open up the 7-10. It's so interesting. Coming back from his timeout, and now he's slamming balls in all over.
7 balls to the corner.
Of course, there's the saying, save the best for last. It's not something I like to see at all. I mean, just start well and end better. Yeah, difficult shot, and I mean, still it's not a horrible leave, but was not a very easy shot at all, and could have also left a lot more. Might be worth to cut the 7 in. Besides playing the long rail safety. Did he get the full hook? Looks like it. Might be able to go rail first with left spin. Try to cut it in. But it's very aggressive. That is going to leave a shot on.
Time.
Good hit. Is he gonna get another good leave? The answer is no. The shot is on for Verdi. 7 in the corner. One good shot. Could tie up the score once again. Yeah, that's exactly the thing. Like in the beginning of the match, they were struggling. Things were not going their way. They both took their time out, but now they both are actually looking solid towards the end of the match. So I'm expecting firework from both. And then who knows, maybe a slight bit of drama at the end. Not on this though, cannot really imagine this to go wrong. Nice stun over from 9 to 10. So Ferdi Özdemir leveling the score at 5. Race to 2 from here. This is starting to be a cracker of a match. Crushing the break. Just not slightly head on. The two balls tracking towards the side. Both going short. Just slightly, but just nothing going in. An open shot on the one. Mainly hard work from the 1 to the 2 and the 2 to the 3 ball.
One ball in the corner.
So he's made the 1, but now what's the plan to get on the 3 ball? Can he go 1 rail or maybe off the 8 for the 3 in the bottom left? No, he chose to play safe, and I think this is a way better choice than what I was looking at. Was thinking maybe he could find the gap to get on something off the 3, but long distance, could be hooked behind the 5, made no sense to go for it.
Extension. Two ball corner pocket.
Yeah, no result. This is a chance for Ozdemir to get on the hill. But let's see. Still has to draw straight back from the 2 to the 3. Using the bridge. Predator bridge is out. Oh, he's hit it firm. It's too far. Oh, what has he done? Yeah, the only real safety he could have played, I think, unless trying to go for long distance. I'm surprised he's going for the jump cue. Virtanen has to make the jump. Dart stroke. Landing on the 3 and drawing back. Why did he not go rail first? And then trying to slide near the 6 or the 9. As you could see, I actually thought he jumped at the ball alright, but the second he struck the ball, he already took his bridge hand away from the ball. That's where he's missed the jump. And really still, the leaves have been funny. Just back and forth, difficult positions. Yeah, Freddy playing the 2-way. Did that cue ball go? Well, for these kind of shots, I need glasses. Imagine the 45 and the 55 plus categories. I am not too sure if he could play the left side of the 3-ball. In that case, that would have been a decent safety behind the 6, possibly. Don't think he has it. The best thing he could do, if he can hit it directly, is to play the long rail to long rail safe. 3-ball on the left long rail. Yeah, the only problem is there's just so many returns. The good news for Virtanen is the fact that the 4-ball is locked up, so even if he loses the safety battle on this, of course that's not the best way to think about it, but somewhat of an insurance. And now Ferdi trying to tie up the 6-9. Well, he's not trying to do so, trying to get the cue ball behind the 6, but this way this is going to get very nerve-wracking because both players are going to realize they are dying to win the safety battle, but there's going to be 2 problems at the table to solve. If someone goes aggressive and does not get the job done, they might find themselves down in this match. He's played it well the first shot, but then now how is he going to land on the 6? Could also play for another safety, of course, on the 6, but I'm sure he's dying. Oh, no future now. 2 options: kick at it, 2 rails, try to nick the ball and bring the cue ball up table. The other one is just a very soft tap into it, 1 rail. Hopefully not push the 6 together into a 6-9 combination. Yeah, and this was one of the risks. If you catch it full, cue ball is going to run into the 10, and this is such a huge chance for Özdemir. Of course, the nerves are going to come into play now, so we might be into a lot more drama. A lot more battles between these 2. Yeah, slightly straighter on the 9. You could see it on his face. Needs a longer extension now. Barely could reach the 8. And now slightly will have to cheat the pocket if he wants to go forward. Could play draw. Near the side pocket is okay. Oh, he's drawn far. Oh, this cut. I think the cut is still on, but not everybody's favorite shot to play. Of course, with the scratch in the bottom right corner in play as well. Low right spin, cut the ball in, slice it in. And gets the job done. Ferdi Özdemir on the hill. A true battle this match has been. Yeah, similar break to what he's been doing the whole match. Cue ball into the left long rail most of the time. Makes the 4-reeler, and based on his facial expressions, I can tell you two things. One is he's very nervous, and two is he was praying to get a shape on the yellow 1 ball.
One ball to the corner.
Wow, then again, could have played the push, chose to go aggressive, and the last time I doubted that choice was at 4-1, where I said, you don't have to do this, you're down 4-1, and he came back all the way and eventually is now up 6-5. So I might have been wrong there, but in this case, you're up 6-5. I'm not too sure whether that was the shot. This is crazy. There is the 1 ball on. If he can maybe play into the 5. Still a little bit sensitive. Has to play a good cue ball while cutting the ball. Is there anything? Does the 6 go by the 9? I think in the way he just scanned across it, I would say it does. He does now have a chance to bring himself at least to the mountain. Oh, this could be behind the 8. Oh, that was playing with fire. Ferdi already at the mountain, only looking to reach the top.
Green ball corner pocket. Time.
Oh, he's missed the 3 ball. Could have still chosen to shoot the 3 in the side. Decided to go to the corner for better shape. Yeah, the disappointment Now this is a chance to go for the title. Will he handle the nerves, or will we see Valtteri Virtanen back at the table? Oh, slightly more distance for the 7 on the side. Now, I have mentioned beginning of the match, he's made a couple really good shots into the side. Should be okay here, but like I mentioned, the pressure is high. Yeah, I have to say he's really played himself in a great position now. Center of the table, can freely run the cue ball off the 9 to the 10, and I think we're gonna hear a big celebration, not just from Ferdi Özdemir himself, but also from Sinem Kökten, who also won the ladies division, and the other players from Team Turkey, of course. As you can see, quite the crowd. And this is it. This 10 ball to win the final, to be a European champion. Ferdi Özdemir makes the 10 and becomes a new European 10 ball 45 plus champion. Great result for him. What a match this has been. A true emotional roller coaster. Look at him being proud. Has done a great job. Also, Valtteri Virtanen, of course. You need 2 great players to make such a great match. But unfortunately, only one can win. So, congratulations to both. And for now, we're just going to show you a couple highlight clips from this match. But make sure to stay tuned, because right after we will have the closing ceremony, the prize ceremony for this European 10 ball championship. Tim de Ruiter is signing off. I'll be back tomorrow. So make sure to stay tuned at ProBilliardTV. For now, enjoy the prize ceremony.
Congratulations, my friend. Congratulations. Good job. Thank you very much. I'm doing the club. Yes.
Come on, Ferdi.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
Somebody move. 4-0'dan döndü. Hemen gördüm onu.
Şunu toplasanız ya beyler.
Daniela? Daniela Cayano. Daniela. Can you kick Daniela for us? Daniela. And then she can stand on it. So I'll go with yes, so I oh yeah, I finished some of that. And I go back. I go back. Yeah.
And say that you're not able to be loved. That's not right. No, I don't wanna be that one. Still a million miles from you. So I'm gonna let you go. Oh boy, if you only knew. Not a day goes by without you on my mind. You couldn't go on together. You said nothing lasts forever. Though you can't deny, hold it all inside. No, you can trust me, just close your eyes, knowing that I'm around. I'll be around. For the first time in ages, I wake up and don't hate it. I guess I found some peace. Through the day to the evening, without shouting and screaming, something new to me. Alone without being lonely, getting back to the old me. It's kinda nice to feel free. I thought this was over, thought I could control it. But if I speak the truth, I ain't over you. I was feeling sober until you came up now. I don't know what to do. I ain't over you. I ain't over. I ain't over. No matter what I do, I ain't over you. Give it time, things will settle. Just a face till it's better, yeah. Heard it all before. Even though we were toxic, feels the most when you've lost it. That's just how it goes. By myself feeling lonely, can't get back to the old me. I'm stuck in way too deep. I thought this was over, thought I could control it. But if I speak the truth, I ain't over you. I was feeling sober until you came up now. I don't know what to do. I ain't over you. I ain't over. I ain't over. No matter what I do, I ain't over you. I ain't over. I ain't over. No matter what I do, I ain't over you. Ain't over you. Ain't over you. And no matter what I do, I ain't over you.
Bad little flex, she wanna know me. I stay low key, all gas, no brakes, baby, let them hoes sleep. Body on 10, make your girl OD. I get in my way, never out of my lane. Feel like you the one and I'm on one. So what it's gonna be? Baby, squad up, we finna go deep. Riding on a team, got what you need. Baby, won't you keep me company? Give me something to do when I get lonely. I got something for you when we get home. If you let me put it down, when I hit the town, you should ride on me. Keep your minds on me. On try, baby, I think you should side with me. Stay solid one time if you lie with me. Just promise you never lie to me. Keep the moves on tuck. I know it's all up. Everything good. Keep the vibes on crush. I know it's all good. Know it's all love. Know it's all love. I've been feeling like the motherfucking man lately. Can't nobody do it like I can daily. Baddest in the lattice in the land. Body turn your nigga to a fanny up. Fanny up. I made it where I'm at on my own. Had a couple blocks in the road, but I get to the bag on the low. I be counting stacks while they grow. Yeah, you know me. Baby, won't you keep me company? Give me something to do when I get lonely. I got something for you when we get home. If you let me put it down, when I come in town, you should ride on me.
Good evening, and now it's time for the awards ceremony for the Straight Ball and 10 Ball Championships here at the Predator European Seniors Pool Championship, organised by the EPBF. Firstly, let's welcome our presentation party into the arena. The Sports Director of the EPBF, Mr. Tommy Laminajo, and the President of the Pool Section of the KNBB, Mr. Krein Sherman. Firstly, we're with the straight pool. The seniors over 55s. Welcome our bronze medalist Dirk Schwedes of Germany, Enrique Correa of Portugal, our silver medalist Martin Steinlager of Germany, and he wins the trophy, the gold medal and the title of Predator European Senior Straight Pool Champion from Germany, Rainer Verspitsky. Please show your appreciation for the national anthem of Germany. And now it's time to present the medals and trophy for the 45 plus straight pool. We welcome our bronze medalists from Finland, Janne Huttunen, and from Austria, René Sommerega. Our silver medalist from Italy, Andrea Grosso. And to collect his trophy, gold medal and title of Predator European Senior Straight Pool Champion from Portugal, Jorge Tinoco. please show your appreciation for the national anthem of Portugal. Moving on to our 10 ball awards. Firstly, with the ladies, welcome our bronze medalists, Michaela Shawn of Germany and Alexandra Cunha of Great Britain. And your silver medalist, Yvonne Ullmann-Hubler of Germany. And your Predator European Senior 10-ball champion from Turkey, Sinem Kurten. Please show your respects for the national anthem of Turkey. moving into our 55 plus category. 10 ball. Our bronze medalists Rainer Wertspitsky of Germany and Adil Erdem Özalci of Turkey. And our silver medalist from Finland, Juha Heviläinen. And our gold medalist and Predator European Seniors 10 ball champion from Portugal, Enrique Correa. Please show your respects for the national anthem of Portugal. And in our final presentation of the evening, it's the men's 45 plus 10 ball. Welcome our bronze medalists from Poland, Thomas Bonte, and from Italy, Gianluca Boni. And welcome our silver medalist from Finland, Valtteri Virtanen. And finally, our gold medalist and Predator European champion from Turkey, Ferdi Özdemir. please show your respects for the national anthem of Turkey. That concludes the awards presentation for this evening. Please show your appreciation for all our great champions and medal winners.